But yes, Tormod, thank you for 48 months. I'm sorry that you don't get to see the alert for it. I promise I'm working on being able to retrigger retrigger alerts. That's kind of the big problem with writing all of your own infrastructure and your own alerts. Like, you can do anything you want, and that's great. Unfortunately, you have to do everything that you want, as opposed to having somebody else just do it for you and have it be done. Hey Tina. Hey Kate, what's up? Can I play this game with just A and B buttons? No. No, you need at minimum A, B, and X. Yeah, I never use L and R. So A, B, X, and D-pad are required. Well, I assume that we're only talking about face buttons, but yeah. Yeah, Kate made a custom controller to inflict on people. Yeah, it's pretty good. You can press up, down, left, and right all at once. Yeah, I'm not surprised. What happens when you do that? Most games are not programmed to properly handle left and right or up and down at the same time. The standard controller, let's see, you might be able to tell that there's just a tiny divot in the center there. There's actually a corresponding little bump that, the D-pad rocks over the bump back and forth. So left plus right is just not a thing that you normally can input on these controllers. The same is true for the NES. As a result, left plus right at the same time, well, it's not an interlock, it's just a little physical bump over which you rock. It's a rocker. It's like a rocker switch. But yeah, so games are not programmed to handle left plus right at the same time, and you often get some really interesting effects. It sounds more science and engineering, so that's what an interlock is. Fair enough. Yeah, you can use it to clip through walls in Super Mario Brothers. You accelerate super fast in Super Mario Brothers on the NES. There's a ton of stuff that you can do with left plus right in old games, which is why TASes will typically use left plus right in older retro games. You often just get weird effects that were not anticipated because you're walking through a bunch of predicates. You think my splits are red? Maybe. They're probably gonna be. I hope not. They might be. Time to not get killed by Omega? God, I hope so. That was heartbreaking. I don't understand why Omega walked to the right. Omega is supposed to just start walking up and down when you leave that cave. And every other run that I've done, Omega's behaved the way that I expected. But this time it didn't. It walked over to the right and decided that it would be fun to kill the run instead. I was excited to be playing Final Fantasy VI today. Yeah, RNG happens, but Omega is supposed to be a thing that you can predict. So I'm a little bit, I was and remain confused. I'm sure I did something wrong. But being convinced that I did something wrong has nothing to do, like, that doesn't correspond with me knowing what not to do. Look at Sonic 06, that thing spits out new, never-before-seen randomness every single time it's run. That's actually not true. Sonic 06 is actually shockingly well understood, which is why the speedrun of Sonic 06 is very consistent. TRNGs do exist, like, obviously not in, they're not going to be in use in, like, retro games. They're, to my knowledge, not used in games full stop. But yeah, TRNGs do exist. Most, and I only say most as a weasel because there could be some TRNG that I'm not aware of that isn't, but most of them, at minimum, are patent encumbered. So, not something that you're going to be very likely to just, you know, have immediate access to. Is that 20k on this run is not the sub 4 versus 10k on this is, or is it the other way around? Since I'm not the one who started the poll, I actually have no idea which way around the answers are. $20,000 points on yes, 10,000 on no. The ratio of people who believe in me is growing, which is kind of weird, given that I keep on ending up giving all the points to no. I figured more and more people would lose faith until eventually there's a blow up. I wasn't anticipating it becoming like this. Also, the fact that Kate started the poll early means that people might not be able to bet on whether or not I'm going to finish the run before Goblin Punch happens. You don't believe in me, you're confident in me. Big difference. Fair point. Yeah, I mean, RNGs with a sufficiently large period do absolutely exist. Like, the initialism CSPRNG exists for a reason, and it's meaningful. But that's not the same thing as not having determinism. Like, that's the important difference. I forgot the most important piece of the puzzle. These points are essentially worthless. True. So even risk-adverse individuals will engage in risky behavior. That's fair. That's actually one of the things that I really like about playing Mahjong online. I tend to be fairly risk-averse overall. Never mind the fact that I've got almost 500,000 miles on a motorcycle, and I used to race when I was in better shape and stuff like that. I am overall fairly risk averse. However, things like speedrunning, playing Mahjong online, stuff like that, allows me to behave in what is fundamentally risky behavior. Or, you know, it has enough similarities that it feels like risky behavior. And enjoy the brain chemical payoff when risky behavior pays off. Without the, you know, injuries that tend to accompany risky behavior not paying off. Shogeki, how does one cope with watching this intro so many times? Having a good chat helps. The fact that I get to hang out and chat with a bunch of cool people definitely helps me get through this intro time and again. But yeah, for sure, basically through Carl, like, I do have to force myself to pay at least a little bit of attention, because it's very easy to just take a misstep because I'm not paying attention, because, man, the first 30 minutes of this game are the reason that more people don't speedrun this game. Your coping is by making a piece of visual effects software turn some NASA radar into a rendered 3D map. That's really cool. That's a cool project. The CPU and GPU are evil and must be punished. I feel that. I force my CPU and GPU to analyze games of Go that I've played. That's a pretty good form of punishment. It's actually, while I'm on the topic of whining about the, while I'm whining about the heat wave, I'm not doing that while I'm awake at this point. My computer gets way too fucking warm for me to be willing to run AI analysis on Go games right now. So I do that when I can step away from the computer, like when I go to bed. You know that there's the Final Fantasy VI RNG seed setup, and Final Fantasy IV has the sound cues and the step chart. How do you get a consistent Final Fantasy V seed? Final Fantasy V is really interesting. When you start a new game, the seed is always the same. And that is the sort of thing that the developers were kind of banking on. Nobody is going to notice this unless they're starting new games all the time. And they're always walking the same way. It's a very easy thing not to notice, because once you've made a save, your PRNG is augmented by the frame that you load the save game on. Yeah, it's an unreasonable behavior. It is unreasonable to think somebody is going to start a new game, you know, 5 times in a row, and they're going to notice that they got the same encounter on the same spot. Because people, generally speaking, are going to start, especially with an RPG, they're going to start a game, they're going to make a save, they're going to continue the adventure. And while they might start a new game, that's going to be sometime later. Maybe because they decided that they wanted to start over. Maybe because they decided that, you know, they weren't happy with the way that their current save was going. You know, there's a bunch of different reasons. But starting a new game multiple times per day, not really something that a game designer is gonna design around. And I think that that's a fair design decision in general. I'm a big proponent of not designing games with speedrunners in mind. Some games are going to feel good to speedrun, some of them aren't. Generally speaking, there is a relationship between whether or not a game feels good to play and whether or not it feels good to speedrun. If you focus on making a game feel good to play, then it's going to be a game that speedrunners are probably going to enjoy picking up. So the PRNG's design in this case, the design constraint that, you know, assumed a specific sort of play patterns, which are reasonable to assume with, you know, non-speedrunner players. Completely fine. I think that it's a fair, good set of constraints. It's not novel in the same way that Final Fantasy VI's PRNG is. I really enjoy Final Fantasy VI's PRNG because of its novelty. But in terms of the amount of setup that I have to do, I prefer starting a new run from that angle with Final Fantasy V. I just get to hit new game, and I'm already good to go. That rocks, that owns. That's so much easier than Final Fantasy VI, where I have to load and reset a game, you know, a bunch of times in a row. Linna's gonna have to attack again. That sucks. Yeah, what a slow segment. That sucks. That's rough. $25.1K yes versus $16K no. I'm gonna be real, it feels like there's a few people who are voting no who are about to get a major infusion of fake money. So at this point I can say with certainty that there is no pub sub event relating to predictions. I think it'll be real fun once my API client supports predictions to have that be something that is featured on my layout as well. Matcha Zed, you bet 5K on yes since you won a ton of money last night. Yeah. I'm just shocked that people are still they're making no the long odds vote. That's weird. That's weird to me. I feel like I've given you all a lot of data from which you can extrapolate what any individual run is probably going to do. It's true. Last night, Omega really, man, that was heartbreaking. Favorite programming language? Oh gosh. It depends on what I'm doing, which is like a super weaselly answer. If I'm just trying to write something super fast and I need something working right now, I'm probably going to reach for Ruby. If I am planning on building something that's going to, you know, just be compiled and I want it to leave me with a binary that I'm just going to run, probably Haskell. And then other than that, like if it's going to be a network service of some sort, Erlang is the language that I'm most likely to reach for immediately. Logo is the best programming language. I'm not familiar with Logo. I think that that's a Lisp dialect, right? I have a deep love for Lisp. Have I used Elixir? I haven't. I know a lot of people who do Ruby who have also picked up Elixir. I learned Erlang before Elixir existed, so for me, I never had a big use for Elixir. But I think it's a really cool language, and I'm glad that it exists. It helps more people write software that gets to run on Beam, and Beam and OTP is tremendously powerful. So if the reason that you're asking is because you're fairly familiar with Ruby and you're looking into writing software that's going to run on the Beam, Elixir's a really great way to get started there. You enjoy C because you have 2 peg legs? The foot guns can't hurt you anymore? Yeah. My first language was C, right? The first 2 programming languages that I learned were C and then Scheme. And that definitely has influenced the way that I think about approaching programming. But C really does. It's a language where it needs to be justified. Even though I don't write Rust, I haven't had the time or the excuse to learn it yet. I'm really excited about Rust. Seeing it slowly supplant C in places where memory-based vulnerabilities are a real concern is really exciting to me. Seeing that it is now possible to write modules in Ruby for the Linux kernel is so fucking exciting to me. That's not fair, Kate. That's not how it would work. There would be no enter password here in the middle of the allocation. That's not how that would work at all. I would just get an octothorpe, and then I would start writing shell commands. You're not a huge fan of C or Unix in general. Windows and C# is your preference. I have a Windows VM now, so I now have used Windows. I've known a lot of people who are tremendously talented programmers who really love the CLR. I have essentially no experience with it. The first computer that was my computer was running FreeBSD, and then I would eventually move on to Linux as a workstation. But for me, that's created a huge amount of just kind of muscle memory working with computers. I end up feeling way more comfortable in a Unix environment as a result, I really haven't looked much into the CLR. I've looked into F# a little bit, and it's really cool. But other than that, yeah, I'm super unfamiliar with C# or the CLR, period. Sarah, if you wish that you understood languages, other languages, the way that you understood C#, F# might be a good way to have a gateway to other languages. F# is, to my understanding, going to have enough CLR isms in it that it does seem to act as a gateway for some folks between C# and Haskell. F# is a functional language which takes a lot of inspiration from Haskell that runs on the CLR. You had to take 2 semesters of programming for your math degree. You learned C Part 1 during the first semester, and they changed the curriculum, and the second class was C++ Part 2. Yeah, that doesn't sound ideal. For a math degree, So hey, look, I often advocate for Lisp and Lispy languages as good things. But I mean this with no sense of, like, insincerity. There's no joke here. I honest to God think that learning Lisp and then learning about church Turing equivalence is probably the best way for a math major to learn about programming. What is the church Turing equivalence? All right, so Alonzo Church and Alan Turing. Church was Turing's PhD advisor. I think that was the direction it went. One of them was the other's PhD advisor. I'm like 99% certain Church was Turing's PhD advisor. Church invented the lambda calculus, which is what would inspire languages like Lisp. Turing, of course, invented the Turing machine. They had a fair amount of correspondence, which is unsurprising. One of the things that came out of that correspondence was a proof that the lambda calculus and the Turing machine were equivalent. Anything that you can express in one, you can express in the other. Church was Turing's advisor. Thank you. It's one of those things where when you make an assertion like that offhand while you're also speedrunning a game, it's easy to feel really worried that you got it backwards. And then you look like a real idiot. And it would be, that would be immortalized in a VOD, and that's... Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. Can I explain what the lambda calculus is like your while speedrunning? The lambda calculus at a very high level, without having to dig into any of the specific ideas behind it and the justifications for them, essentially comes down to this. A function in a mathematical sense is all that you need to be able to construct a rich language. In fact, you can construct any sort of data primitive from just pure functions. You can construct numbers from pure functions. You can construct, of course, other functions from pure functions from which you have rich composition, and from there you can construct the universe. That is the very high-level idea behind the lambda calculus. When I say constructing x from pure functions, what is a pure function? Basic math operations? Not even basic math operations. Those are predicated on the existence of data primitives. So to give you an idea, and a lot of this can feel like it is intellectual masturbation for its own sake. And it's easy once we have computers, into which we can type 2 + 2 and end up with 4. It's easy to think that it is pointless. However, what's really interesting about it is that our theories of computability are built on top of this. You're still a bit lost, but you kind of get it. That's probably without hitting papers where you're going to stay. There are some pretty good high-level explanations. Really, the first thing that you should look into is church numerals. Once you understand church encoding for numbers, a lot of the rest of the lambda calculus is something that you are able to derive, and it's a great experiment to try and derive the lambda calculus on your own. In math, everything is ultimately addition. I would argue that in math, everything is ultimately composition, which is similar but different. That's unfortunate. Hopefully we get a scan on turn 2. It's not great, but it's workable. So do I know the demo scene? I absolutely do. I've never done anything, but I have been enjoying compos for a couple decades. Yeah, the demo scene's rad. I needed to move my cursor. Needed to move my cursor up to ice. It might be okay. If I make it into the next room, I'm fine. There we go. Back on step route. It's a mistake. It's almost real bad. Bad fight. Will there ever be a way to accurately represent floating point numbers without needing a radical redesign that a chip operates? You say floating point numbers, and I need to make sure that I fully understand what you mean. If what you mean is the idea of numbers where you have a decimal point involved, probably a pretty big redesign is necessary to avoid the pitfalls that we already see in 754 representation, right? If what you mean is just the idea of fractional numbers or, you know, non-rational partial numbers, yeah, there's other ways that we can represent them. The thing about floating point as it stands is that it is blazingly fast. Not as fast as, say, you know, integers, but it is exceptionally fast, which is why we like using it. We put up with the downfalls of using IEEE floating point numbers because of the fact that we can do so very, very quickly. Yeah, exactly. It comes down to the accuracy problem, which is a known quantity. So we choose to use those numbers where that slight difference in accuracy is not going to be something that we necessarily need to worry about. That was two different menus getting mixed up in my fingers there. This is not a good start to this run. Like, I'm managing to keep it alive, but I'm trying very hard to kill it. Alright, we are still on the step route. Alright, gonna do my best. Glura might kill the run, though. If Glura decides not to rush, what the fuck am I doing? If Glura decides not to rush me, then we will definitely win. Kind and gentle Glura, yeah, is the one who will kill this run. The problem is that everybody is poisoned. Everybody is poisoned other than Lena. Who has the knife? Galoof has the knife. So Galoof potions here. Your brain is full for tonight? Time to go make a sandwich? Yeah, fair enough. You showed up to watch me play a game poorly, and look at what you got. Got ambushed. Yeah, show up to watch a game played mediocre. Get an education on the foundations of computer science. Welcome to Splits.red. You're not trapped in... I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. You're trying to get your head around SQLite. MariaDB is fine, Postgres is fine, SQLite. Okay, so my recommendation for you there is that you not bother thinking about SQLite in its own terms unless you run up into a use case where you are forced to. Most languages, adapters for SQLite are going to handle all of the translation that you need to have happen between their internal data types and everything that SQLite is going to be doing. Like, one of the things that I really like about the standard Haskell adapter for SQLite that everybody uses is that when you do a select on the actual database in the console, it's largely you're ending up just seeing stringified data, because one of the things that you do with anything that you're going to be shoving into SQLite is you just make everything derive show, and you make everything derive read, and then it's real simple. From that point, hey, everything just gets serialized. And that's the strategy that most SQLite adapters that I've seen have taken, which is serialize your data in some way. Like, there's some defined serialization method that's going to be called. So then when you pull the data back, you unserialize it, and then you're able to work with the data in it on your terms as opposed to on SQLite's terms. Nobody dies in this game? Yeah. Let's, I shouldn't have done any menuing there. That's fine. I've got to go hit the healing pot anyway. Or not the healing pot, unfortunately, the inn. God, I hope I get a cyclone, otherwise it's going to be a 3-shop run. That sucks. Inn's over here. Hey, there's the item shop that I was looking for last night. Creating a searchable log of twice daily disk-free reports gathered from a couple hundred machines. I need to menu when I'm in jail. I'm not sure that SQLite is a great tool for that. SQLite, and in general, I think that Postgres is supposed to be pretty good for full text, but in general, SQL is, to my understanding, regarded as a relatively poor solution to use in any case for full text search. I'm not a DBA. This is absolutely not my area of expertise. If you were told by a DBA that this was the right tool to use, ignore everything that I'm saying because they are smarter than me. It's not text, you're just parsing. Ah, okay, so you're parsing the DF output and then storing values against which you can search. I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure that I immediately see the value in that, but fair enough, yeah. In that case, SQL is probably a fine solution there, and as long as you don't care about... SQLite does have a fair number of constraints surrounding things like concurrency. If this is meant for like local access with a strong guarantee around data locality, then SQLite is probably fine. If this is eventually going to turn into a network service or something like that, you might be better off with something more like Maria or Postgres still. As a reminder, in that room, the step route still applies. Is it Catsworth's birthday today? I knew that it was sometime this week. Hell yeah. Happy birthday, Catsworth. The fact that you describe it as texture work is amusing to me, but yes, the sprite and graphical work in this game is just fantastic. Hey, I didn't say your name. That wasn't a call out. I think that it's kind of interesting because we think of texture work when we think of like high fidelity 3D games, and this game does come across as very high production value. Right? Look, I'm gonna take the... Oh no. Well. Goodbye, Galoof. I needed that. Phoenix down anyway. He's old. He needed a nap. He didn't need that AP. He dies anyway, it's fine. Ouch. It's true, though. Also, Metanog, thank you very much for 17 months. I think that I missed that because I was on the Steam ship. Or fighting a boss. One of those two. Yeah, we really want Galoof to learn at least Black 1, but I think Black 2 is where we're aiming for him to be before he does the ninja grind. After that, we don't care about it, but the intelligence gained from having Black equipped during the ninja grind is important. Speaking of texture, so I want to see the map that you're working on now that you have the render loaded. Yeah. It sounds really cool. Oh, that is really cool. You've made tacos? This is a good night? Nice. Enjoy your tacos. I'm gonna make a sub 4 and you have tacos you've made? That's the way things should be. This is gonna be such a disappointing sub 4 though. Yeah, it's absolutely true. Anybody who predicted that I'm not going to do it, like, that doesn't mean that they want me to fail. Any speedrun that I'm watching, if somebody says, is this going to be the time that is statistically likely to be the world record? I will say no. That's just statistics. The world record is rare. However, it is important to note that me saying I do not believe that the world record happened this run, that doesn't mean that I don't want that person to get the world record. It just means that I understand numbers and how they work, distributions. Binder News, good evening. Everybody say hello to the world's most normal sergeant. Everybody say goodbye. The world's most normal sergeant. In the inevitable Final Fantasy V remake, a la the Final Fantasy VII remake, there will be several cutscenes with that particular sergeant just walking around talking about how normal he is. When do we fight Ironclaw? Never heard of him. So this is going to be a 3-shop, which kind of sucks, but... So I definitely need 2 ice, 2 fire, 2 mythical. Take 1 more ice? Yeah. I've got to buy life when I come back. That sucks. Makes me feel sad. Every time it's the run, it's going to feel kind of bittersweet. I'm going to feel like I got suckered into it a little bit. And since this run is making me grumble, this is the run. That's a fair assertion, frankly. You also have your fake internet money riding on this win. I'll do my best not to let you down. Yeah, fake internet time money. These couple of rooms do not exist except when I'm in them. My brain is just incapable of remembering their existence. I don't know why. You don't remember? Does Ifrit's sprite change between boss fight and summon? I actually don't remember either. Oh no, my MP. Yeah, the enemy names being page numbers is really cool. I also quite like that. Yeah, my movement was a little bit cleaner through the library this time, so that's where that gold came from. Oh, wait. It's kind of a fake gold, actually, because I didn't go to purchase life, is the thing. Are all of the enemies there powers of 2? For some reason I thought that some of them are. Yeah, it's a fool's gold. That's a pyrite split. They are all powers of 2. Okay. 32, 64, 128, 256. Okay. Life, I need to sell some shit. I think that I need another ice rod anyway. No, get on ice. So it's just life. Alright, so losing a little bit of time on this split, not a huge deal. Future reference, I should have bought life instead of the last ice rod. That's already, yeah, 2 a.m. there, 4 a.m. here. Perfect time for a PB. I have ice, I've got life, I'm good. Do we know how old Mid is? We don't? At least I don't think that it's ever canonically established. I believe that Mid is meant to be roughly Kara's age, so if we know how old Kara is, that might be good enough. You've read that she's 14, so Mid is probably close to that age. It's entirely possible that it could just be the exchange here that gave Galoof his memories back. But since this is drawing a lot of, like, strong parallels between them, I always read this as them being probably also very close to the same age. The age 14 is from Final Fantasy Ultimania Archive. I'm not familiar with that, but okay. It was published in Japan to commemorate Final Fantasy's 25th anniversary. Okay, so it is like a primary resource. It's not just like some wiki or something. Gotcha, gotcha. I don't suppose it also lists Mid's age. Because right now I am basing an assertion that Kara and Mid are probably close to the same age. Just based off of gut feel from one cutscene. Which, gonna be honest, it's a little bit shaky. It's a shaky justification. It does not list Mid's age. Bummer. No, they extremely do not keep the ship long. Yeah, this is Mambo de Choco. It is a really delightful remix. Ugh, terrible menu, jeez. Terrible movement. God, this is going to be the most disappointing sub 4 ever. Shoot. It doesn't technically matter. And a misstep there is not the worst thing in the world. But it was time loss. In my head, I was going to be immediately flying, so I buffered left. I'm not with it right now. Gotta get my head in the game. That was the impact of Galoof not having the experience, or the AP for Black 2. I think we're good now. Yeah, Ferris defends because she can't throw. She needs AP to get dash. Escape right now. Escape's going to be really important 3 encounters from now, but right now we're building up to her having dash so that she can be a source of sprinting for a little bit while everybody's working on some other job AP. Yeah, you gotta go fast. It's really interesting. This game, sprinting feels way faster and way less controllable compared to Final Fantasy VI. Go. Stability. Alright. As long as I didn't mess up my step route, we're good right here. Yeah, we're good. I think that it just started raining outside. very excited at this prospect. Not actually raining. It's very cloudy. It's probably going to storm today. Hell yeah. It's trying very hard to rain right now. I'm hearing like little taps on my window. It's raining where you are? It's true, it would be difficult for me to notice that it's raining where you are. Yeah, this is such a disappointing run. It's not rained there in a month and a half, that sucks. Yeah, here it's been super hot and then it's been raining. Like, the non-super hot periods are the periods during the rain, after which it becomes super hot again and also humid and gross. I absolutely adore thunderstorms, so the fact that it looks kind of stormy outside, pretty excited about this. Today's a good day. There's nothing better to fall asleep to than the sound of a thunderstorm. What if the thunderstorm knocks out the power? If I still lived in Texas, that would be an honest-to-God consideration. In fact, a lot of my old PBs from when I was still in San Antonio, it would start raining and I would call it out saying, hey, if I disappear, that's why. I went away because of rain knocking out the power. And it's always, in San Antonio, it was always the power, never the internet that went out. I mean, obviously the power going means that the internet is not available. But I know that it was never the internet because the internet and my Wi-Fi access, access point were on a UPS. So the power would go out, which would give me just enough time on my battery backup to say goodbye to everybody on stream, even though my monitors were not on the battery backup. But I could say goodbye, and then, like, the muscle memory to switch to console to log in, and then issue a shutdown H is never going to leave my hands. But then my phone would still be online through the normal internet connection, because it turns out if you dedicate a battery backup to your modem and your Wi-Fi access point, you're probably going to outlast most. Would you eat a chocobo? The answer, the winning answer was no. Okay, that's fair. I didn't even notice it until it popped up the winning answer. For the record, whether or not I would eat a chocobo is probably the same answer as whether or not I would eat an ostrich, and that answer depends on what it's like. I don't know that... Well, no, that's not true. I do not know what chocobo is, or what, well, certainly what ostrich would be like. I assume because of just, you know, it's a... very large bird, that it's probably fairly stringy. It's probably, you know, kinda gamey, so, like, I'm not sure that it would be the best thing in the world. It's very lean. Okay, I believe that. I'd never eat an emu. The thing about eating emu is, if you do that, they might declare war. And the last time that they did that, they won the war. So... that's true. Emus are undefeated in war. Yeah, I've never eaten kangaroo. My motorcycle gear was kangaroo leather, which is very, very good. It is extremely abrasion resistant. If you're going to get, like, leathers for motorcycles, I strongly recommend. Terrible. Strongly recommend kangaroo leather. It's more expensive than cow leather, but it's also more protective. Yeah, I'm actually thrilled about the rain. My corner of my place is noticeably cooler already since the clouds have rolled in. It's very good, and I would appreciate things continuing in this fashion. Let's talk this through. What are we doing about Omega? Nothing. Way too far. Yeah, way too far west there. Yeah, that motherfucker can beat Boob all day on his own. I don't want to talk to him. Ask what the weather is in Helsinki, and you get the weather in Hill-Stinky. Why is that the name of a place? Hey, people in the UK, why do you name places the way you do? Why did somebody at some point in the UK think, actually, Hill-Stinky is a great name for a place? I understand that sometimes places are named with, you know, descriptions of the place. you know, the Great Lakes. Like, that's, you know, I understand that. But sometimes it's better to name places a little bit more aspirational. For example, have you noticed how in the United States, the names of landfills are always something gardens? That's a prime example of naming things aspirational. Sure, the hill might have been a little bit stinky. But what if you named it Smells Like Roses? At least then you have a goal to work towards. Smells Like Sewage is a terrible name for a place. Again, we need a goal to work towards. We need something a little bit more aspirational. The Wii U will buy this. Hey, how about that We Shop Wednesday prank today, huh? Who decided that that was okay? Hangton is named for, yeah. Yeah, it's true. Now that Kate is no longer an IC, she's a manager. By contract, she is no longer allowed to know anything. It's tragic. That's just the way it works. Chillin' Eric, thank you very much for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Jeez. Alright, well, today we are using black magic. Alright, time for cutscenes forever. You accidentally killed Chrome just as you heard me say today we're using black magic. It's fair. It's you didn't miss anything. Also, you're literally using black magic software right now. You went to click on a spline and missed. Oh no! So, you know, it's actually kind of funny, Reverend Gumby. I don't like the fact that I can't time somebody out without also erasing all of their chat. I wish that there was the ability to either time out or time out but keep the chat. Because the original thought that I had that would be very funny was either the reset thing, like there could be a cheaper version that it's a coin flip and it times you out for, you know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something, you know, some amount of time with a 50% probability. But the problem is, like, people do go back and watch the run, and the chat being erased for the entire duration of the stream means that I can't have something like that, because then that chat will just be gone. And it will be very strange. I'll be responding to something, people in chat will be responding to something, and it'll be something that was, you know, meaningful and not something that you would want to have erased from the record. If I could time out without deleting messages, Corndan would be timed out all the time. That's correct, Corndan. No, I think that incorporating chat in your VOD is something that incentivizes bad behavior. I've seen it happen too many times in other people's chats. I don't think that incorporating chat in the VOD is something that, with very few exceptions, leads to a higher quality chat. Doesn't timeouts and bans do the same thing? I'm not sure what you're asking there. A timeout is a temporary ban. So, fundamentally no, because a timeout is tied to a time limit. It expires, whereas a ban is permanent. Yeah, it would be fair to call them, one of them is a strict subset of the other. You could make an argument either way. Either a ban is a strict subset of timeouts where the timeout period is infinite, or a timeout is a strict subset of bans where a timeout can expire whereas the ban does not by default. The categorical hierarchy there is not super clear. Were the propellers slowing down there for a few seconds? Honestly, I haven't looked at this cutscene in a very long time. This cutscene is a great chance to take a break, mash the A button a lot, read chat. So, very well could have. I just wasn't paying attention. I'm hanging out with really cool people. I already have too much time where I have to focus on the game and I don't get to just read chat and hang out and have fun. Aaron, thank you very much for what I'm interpreting as good luck. I'll do my best to kick tree butt today. Turns out trees have butts. Who knew? Evil spirit tree butt, yeah, like I'm not sure that ghost or demon is I'm not sure that either one of those is strictly appropriate. evil warlock tree butt. Yeah. But I mean, the evil warlock, like, is the result of putting too many evil spirits into a tree. They slow down whenever the dialogue boxes pop up. Huh. I also had not noticed that. Yeah, Nene has been extremely helpful with video stuff. And audio stuff. Just really fantastically helpful individual, period. You could probably bounce a quarter off of that evil tree warlock ass. I mean... fair. That's a sentiment. Also, can we time out Corndan now, please? Alexa, how do I delete Corndan's opinions? Unfortunate. Sorry to everyone who has an Amazon device. I'm a little. I'm not that sorry. I'm a little bit sorry, just a tiny bit, but not much, if I'm honest. That might have been a half step. I might be fucked. We'll find out. It is now starting to rain. If the run is dead, I am going to, I mean, I always AFK in between runs, but I'm specifically going to run AFK so that I can move all of my plants under shelter, because they are using semi-hydroponic pots, and they don't need extra watering. I'm gonna assume that it was wrong. It felt wrong. Yeah, it's not coming down hard. Like, if this run goes all the way, I'm not super worried about it, but it would be good to move the plants just a little bit away from where they're going to get rain directly on. You have a friend whose Mycroft keeps answering during your D&D games. You think it's because he keeps trying to trick people and it thinks he's going somewhere. I don't know what a Mycroft is. I haven't heard of those. I assume that it's another internet-connected microphone service, but... it was one that was on Kickstarter. Gotcha. Is it like a self-hosted service that just locally runs Google's, or... Or is it like some third-party cloud thing that you still have to depend on? No idea, you just know it doesn't understand what he's saying. Unfortunate. You only have Siri on your Apple Watch. She's a glorified oven timer. Yeah. Oh hey, I didn't split for entering World 2. Yeah, that is the extent of what I use. I've got a Pixel, so I can do the squeeze the phone to activate the assistant thing, which I actually really like. That's way better than voice activation. Just squeeze your phone a little bit, and then the phone will do whatever you say. But yeah, the entirety of my vocabulary with voice commands on my phone is set a timer for X. Set an alarm for X time. That's it. Yeah, you give your phone a little squeeze, and then your phone is happy to help you out. I did find that I had to set it to a relatively firm squeeze for it to not be activated in my pocket, though, which is like, I get it, but also, hey, maybe make it so that it doesn't activate in cases where, for example, the sensor is covered. Yeah, I mean, I have voice commands turned off, but I have voice activation turned off, but I can activate the microphone to take a voice command. How tight is my pocket that it just goes off? I mean, it isn't particularly tight, but the phone fits snugly in the horizontal space of the pocket. I wear cargo pants because I have no fashion sense whatsoever. But these cargo pants in particular have a pocket specifically to slip your phone into, which I fucking love. Yeah, also, men's pants just have pockets at all. If I want pockets even a little bit, I need to wear cargo pants. Alright, my gamble was correct. Moving 2 spaces away from that portal is what I needed to do to stay on the run. Your wife got some skirts with pockets, and those pockets go for ages. But her normal pants pockets, absolute shit. That's not a surprise. You bought men's pockets so that you could put your phone in your jeans at all. Yeah. I definitely reversed or mixed up some of the words in that particular phrase, but I will choose to believe that my meaning was understood. Actually, you know what? Fuck Galoof. Galoof can stay dead. I think I just spent a bit of extra money. That's a bummer. It's fine. He's gonna die eventually anyway. It's true. What bugs you about wheelchair jeans is that you can't use the pockets because you're sitting down constantly, yet the pockets are really great. I had not considered the possibility that there are special garments for being in a wheelchair. I mean, it makes sense now that I say those words out loud in that order. But yeah, I've never thought of that. But given that fact, why bother? If the pockets are fundamentally unusable anyway, it seems like you are sacrificing some small amount of comfort having the fabric for pockets, you know, take up space, etc., etc. Why bother putting pockets that are unusable? That seems weird to me. Wear regular jeans, you end up with pressure points on your butt from the seams. That makes sense. Do I still have potions? Bet I do. I don't. Nice. Waistband rides down because of the position. Makes sense. Yeah, the existence of special garments for wheelchair users absolutely makes sense. But at the point where you're purpose-built, it just seems weird to have pockets that you're not going to be using because you can't use them. Maybe you put them in a different spot, like, this is where I demonstrate my absolute lack of knowledge of what it's like to be a wheelchair user. But the most obvious spot to my sensibility is like the inner calf area seems like a reasonable spot to have a pocket predicated on the idea that you're going to you know, be sitting in a wheelchair for a long time. On top of thighs feels like a weird spot to me, mostly because that's a really easy spot to cause discomfort in. Yeah, I can't imagine wanting pockets atop my thighs. Wearing skirts sucks on a wheelchair because road dirt tends to kick up your legs while it's also drafty. Yeah, that sounds like a combination of really unpleasant experiences. that and using a wheelchair tends to lead to a body shape that the skirts are just not made for. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, your upper body has a lot of strength and your legs are not particularly very used. That absolutely stands to reason. Which king do you think that these Mughals serve? I ask because there's very clearly a crown on this door. Burger King. There you go. Nobody else has offered any suggestions, so yeah, these Mughals now canonically only serve beef patty monarchy. Goblin King? That's true, everybody does love that guy. Hey, you want me to ruin that movie for you? Go watch all of the scenes with David Bowie contact juggling. That's somebody else's hand. That's a fair question. Yeah, I think there are very few people who were looking at David Bowie's hands in that film. Thank you for capturing that fantastic moment, Kate. Frog Mary, thank you very much for the host. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. I absolutely never call out people who are lurking, but I did just get a follow from somebody. Makes me very worried about how this particular person is going to react to the identity of the final boss of this game. Not gonna call you out, but just want you to understand I'm very sorry about what's gonna happen. You just woke up from a nap and you're going right back to sleep? That's how your day is going? Okay, some days are like that. There's a new poll. One second, there's a cutscene right here. Would you eat a Moogle? Listen, I can't see what the spread is right now. I don't know which of those answers. I assume there's two answers there, yes or no. I have no idea which one's gonna win. There is, however, a correct answer, and if you all get it wrong, I'm gonna judge the fuck out of you. There's 5 answers? Why are there 5 answers? How is this not just a yes and no question? Yes, but in a Whopper is one of them. You know what? That part's fair. That said, the real implication there is that answer actually reads Tesco beef. You would rather eat an impossible Moogle? Also fair. Right? Feels weird. Barbecue pulled Moogle with Geisel Green's slaw. The grain-based Moogles are weird though, not enough texture. This is a... This is a bizarre conversation. Anyway, time to do a murder. Murder done. No, I'm not planning on murdering the SBC 700 today. All right, so I want it to be known. And this is... I'm saying this out loud specifically with the hope that this PBs and this ends up in the VOD so that somebody can understand the caliber of people that I am stuck in a room with right now. The answer to the poll posted, would you eat a Moogle? 49% voted yes, but only in a Whopper. I hope that I got an error on my overlay software, specifically because I see that one person contributed bits to that particular poll. And at the end of a poll or something like that, I definitely would prefer to be able to also, you know, have an alert that thanks people for having, you know, cheered. That is fundamentally the same thing as spending bits. Channel points were also contributed, but I do think that bits in this case are kind of a... like, bits and subs are a sort of special thing that I think deserves, you know, a little pop-up on the overlay. Just as a little thank you. And also a little permanent record that you felt strongly enough that you want to have a Whopper made with Moogle meat that it's worth spending money on. No was a close second with 46% of the vote. All right, well, that does help. What do you think the meat of a Moogle is called? Like, the meat of a cow is beef, the meat of deer is venison. What is Moogle? You're never going to be able to unhear that? That's fair. Oh, hey, now that you've chatted. Hey, welcome in, the Oak Root. I need to apologize to you immediately about the final boss. I want you to know that I actually like trees quite a lot. They're great. They do wonderful things for the planet. Unfortunately, I am going to murder a tree in this game, so welcome. That's true, the tree is exceptionally evil. Yep, that's Final Fantasy V. There we go. Yes, but as the roots you will live on. Ooh. So, I mean, the goal of this run is for that not to be the case. We're using Roundup here. I mean, spiritual Roundup, sorta. It's a tree that would not eat a Moogle Whopper. I don't think that's true. I think that Xdeath would probably Xdeath would eat just about any bird you put in front of him. Kate, send that to me over Discord or something, so that I can check it out after stream. I need to see the artwork that everybody else love hates. Sear Sky, thank you very much for the good luck. I hope you're doing well today. Half the artwork in your sketchbook is just shitposts that ended up in this chat. Hell yeah. I feel very lucky that I can have some small part in helping encourage people to express their creativity. That is rad as hell. Is that a plug hole? Don't worry about it. There's probably a reason why Xdeath keeps on managing to infiltrate the castle. Time to get poisoned again. Let's go. Yeah, that's true. Still the first run of the night. Figured out why YouTube and Twitch seem so quiet. Somehow Chrome's volume got set to 75% of everything else. That would do it. It's also worth knowing that a lot of people on Twitch, at least, YouTube has some adaptive loudness reduction stuff, but on Twitch, a lot of people mix their content extremely hot. And it results in everything just sounding really loud and usually clipping and having kind of negative audio artifacting happening. This is among the quieter streams on Twitch, unfortunately. Mythander, how's it going? Well, unfortunately, whether or not it's hot content, it's a hot mix, and in fact, it's a little bit too hot. Yeah, the Frankerface Z compressor helps a lot with that. I actually, I don't use a Frankerface Z compressor because I have a compressor built into Jack. So everything in my audio gets, at least on the computer side, gets put through a compressor. That does unfortunately mean that anything coming from HDMI, for example, my Super Nintendo or any VMs that are using my secondary card in my computer, those don't go through a compressor. And that can be very loud at times. I could just add another... I mean, at that point I need a hardware compressor. Like, I can't throw another software compressor at it because there's nowhere in the chain that I can put a compressor. I would need to purchase an actual hardware compressor, which I am less enthused about doing. Gamer Usako, excuse me. Thank you very much for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Wouldn't that just be a routing solution? I'm not sure I follow the question. I could certainly have Jack playing back the HDMI audio feed locally, but that does introduce latency. Yeah, there's a good quarter-second latency there, unfortunately. Yeah, no zero latency VSTs here. Good enough. I mean, even ignoring the audio processing plugins, just there is latency introduced. That is noticeably different if I listen to both the HDMI audio feed directly and also the playback. There's enough that it's actually pretty noticeable. It probably wouldn't be noticeable at all if I wasn't using a gaming monitor that was specifically purchased because it was among the lowest latency that I could source. If I had a worse monitor, actually it would be completely fine. But especially because of the fact that I'm playing retro games, which are, you know, games where one of their design considerations was that people were going to be playing on a display whose latency tends to be measured more granularly than milliseconds. Adding even half a frame is really, really painful. So I needed a particularly low latency monitor. Have to go to sleep now. You think 4 a.m. is a bit late. But good luck on the run. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Oak. I hope that you had fun, and yeah, have a fantastic evening. Sorry that you ended up having to leave during a time where where I'm not able to pay as much attention to chat as it deserves when people are heading out. But there we go. You're sure I could induce latency if I tried very hard? Yeah, that's definitely true. I could. I don't want to. Perfectly happy not inducing latency. Because again, the goal was to not induce latency. And I do that already. Like, I sync up the audio and video for the capture. And that is, you know, that's inducing latency. That's making sure that everything does align the way that it should. How about a compressor for 120 euros? Nah, not worth it. My signal chain is... The problem is bad enough that I can whine about it on stream, but not bad enough that it's a real problem. It's enough that I'm willing to point out to everybody. That you all get a compressor. You get a fancy audio chain, but I don't. Sun's out. I was so hopeful. To be fair, you suspected the audio quality on both my end and yours is significantly better than the maximum fidelity that Twitch tends to provide. Yes. Actually, right now, I am using a originally intended to be temporary, and still I hope that it will ultimately be temporary. I have a really nice audio stack just waiting to be shipped to me in the US, along with all of my other belongings. I'm hopeful that soon, like, movers are going to be willing to pick up to pick up and transport loads so that I can have my belongings again. So right now I'm actually just using a shit Magni and Modi stack, which is fine. It's nice. But previously I was using a Gungnir and Mjolnir as my stack, which is a very, very nice combination. Fully balanced, multi-bit DAC, really, really good. Just a delightful sound. For the most part, I was just using Russian 6-in-1 P-tubes, which overall were giving me a pretty good sound. I also, on the off chance that I ever had an emergency where I had a tube start fuzzing out or something and I really needed something right then and I didn't have spares, I do have the tube replacements that are solid state that shit makes. I forget what they were called. With regard to this discussion, you remain appalled by how hard it is to stream analog gaming hardware with good audio and video. It's tough. It is a legitimately difficult problem, which is not helped by the fact that, to give you an example, I'm looking at the output of my OSSC right now, which is receiving a 60.08 hertz signal from my Super Famicom. That is outside of the spec. And due to the fact that the OSSC just works as a line doubler, like it stays locked to the same output frequency as its input frequency, there's not a whole heck of a lot that you can do that's going to make that, that's going to make that within HDMI's spec. If you're very lucky, you have a display and a capture device that is willing to accept that slightly out of spec signal. My experience is that Magewell cards, on average, are pretty good at that. That's what I'm using. But with the NES, where sometimes it will also send a truncated first scan line, even that doesn't do it, so you need something to provide a frame buffer, which is why back in San Antonio, among my belongings, I have an iScan DVDO VP50, which is what I used as a frame buffer. The OSSC Pro is going to have a frame buffer built in, I believe, so I'm pretty excited about that little piece of hardware. But yeah, it's not that gaming hardware is something that should be a solved problem. A lot of old analog gear, and certainly a lot of old analog gaming gear, was built to specifications that were not in line with the actual standards, because they could get away with it. TVs would accept the signal that you sent, so hey, it's good enough. all that rant to say that capturing analog hardware and certainly capturing analog gaming hardware, retro gaming hardware, is an interestingly difficult problem because it involves needing to violate the rule of if you put garbage in, you get garbage out. We need to take out-of-band signals. We need to take some garbage and we need to get gold out of it, that's a hard problem. You're a console diehard, but if anything has made you want to switch to PC, it would be because of streaming. I mean, I'll tell you, a lot of people have difficulty, not the same classes of difficulties, but there are challenges with capturing PC games. There's a reason that I just decided, fuck it, I'm gonna have an entire virtual machine to run the game in, and I'm going to capture the HDMI output from that machine. And there's a lot of, like, the bigger streamers, for the most part, have two PCs. They have their gaming machine, and then they have a separate machine that they are using solely as, here's the stream machine. Not all of them, but a surprisingly large number of them. Especially once you get towards people who put a lot of focus on their production quality. Like, it's difficult to run a smooth stream at the same time on the same machine as you're doing gaming. Lina gets Thief. And Ferris gets Chemist. You should be optimized. You thought that PC gaming would be more of a cakewalk. So, I mean, there's a question of comparisons there. Is it easier than a lot of retro console capture? Yes, asterisk. The challenges are different. I'm not sure that we can meaningfully say that one is categorically easier than the other. Raycodactylus, how's it going? Profness, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Tina. I play a lot of video games. I apparently go on long rants about streaming technology and fail to notice when one of my friends shows up with a raid. If that's the sort of content that sounds fun to you, then settle in, because I'm really excited to find out where it is that I'm gonna screw up this run. I don't blame anybody for voting that I'm gonna lose. That's just the way it goes. That's the smart money. I've demonstrated that I can take any good quality run and throw it away. Okay, I think that was a couple of extra steps. Now I'm pretty sure it was a couple of extra steps. Yep. Okay. So that's fine. I just need to not take the full plus 8 extra steps. I need to not go all the way to the edge. I mean, it's not that it's preferable to capture HDMI output. It's that when you have a game and... Is that it? I think that's it. I hope that's it. This could be very bad. I might have just screwed up. Being able to capture directly is nice. It's just, at that point, your computer has two competing jobs. It needs to run a game smoothly, and it needs to keep a stream running smoothly. What are you? Antidote group. Colonel Panic, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. That's true. It's a very big spaghetti-o. You ever see a grandfather shove his granddaughter out of the way and then steal her spaghettios? It's fucked up. You ever get so mad you say, "You can't fire me, I quit"? You were going to laugh if the Phoenix Down missed there? Yeah. What is a spaghettio? Is it an American food? Maybe. I kind of assume that you would have Chef Boyardee stuff up in Canada as well. But yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. Take really, really bad tomato sauce and take spaghetti in the shape of O's and put them all together in a can. And keep in mind that the spaghetti in the shape of O's needs to be formulated such that being in a can with liquid for God knows how long is going to leave the spaghetti in a somewhat spaghetti textured form. And that's SpaghettiOs. Profness, I shortly before leaving the States, I had somebody tell me that I had to try them again because, and I quote, "They're worse than you remember." The tomato sauce is so bad. The tomato sauce is so fucking bad. Like, the texture of the food is not good. It doesn't feel good to consume SpaghettiOs. The tomato sauce is very, very bad. It's some bizarre, mixture of a really sugary ketchup and that's pretty much it. It's basically a really sugary, slightly watered down ketchup. It's not good. Oh yeah, some varieties also have meatballs in them. That's true. Meatballs, which are shelf stable at room temperature. Yummy yum. Is it scrum-worthy? Nah, not really. It's nowhere near as cursed as a scrum. People exist what like it. Exactly. See? People in my chat exist who like it. Hey, food is a very subjective thing. Oh, you're talking about the cotton candy craft dinner? Yes, I think that is probably scrum-worthy. I think that one's going to be really interesting because it's going to be a flavor experience for you. You just get escape. You don't like regular craft dinner or cotton candy, so you're sure you would hate that a lot. Kraft mac and cheese for Americans. It's not good. It's fine. But you have to have like a really sharp inflection on the F in that word. It's fine. However, Kraft Dinner is the only macaroni and cheese, I would assert, that tastes good when you dump a can of tuna fish into it. Tuna fish, peas, Kraft Dinner, that's a fine meal. Like, not even a sharp inflection on the F at that point. That's fine. That's okay. Yeah, see? Kraft mac and cheese, people are out. The moment that I mentioned, yeah, you dump some tuna fish and some peas in it. At that point, it's good. I would never make that combination if I made an actual real cheese sauce. Yeah, anybody who's not familiar with Scrum, I'm glad that you're hanging out here. Please continue hanging out here. But also, head on over to sword.zone and give Doc a follow. He's awesome. He does a lot of video games, not just food crimes, but also food crimes. So, Kara gets to be a knight? No, ninja. Ninja. Smoke. Optimize. Remove one kunai. Dupe is maintenance history. Alright, scary part of this castle is done. Lavender sour ale. That sounds like an interesting combination of things. Profness, thank you for the good luck on World 3. World 3, I messed up a little bit last night in a kind of weird way, actually. I recovered it, and then Omega killed the run. So hopefully tonight, World 3, I don't mess up, and then I also don't kill the run. Yeah, I basically almost never drink. I do enjoy dark beers. Don't usually go for sours. Actually, I really enjoy stouts, milk stouts in particular. But I agree, I also, more often than not, tend to go for ciders. But I mean, I'll have 1 or 2 drinks per year. Here's an important difference between GDQ runs and mine. GDQ runs are something that happens every 6 months or so. I absolutely am not going to have hard feelings if people want to hang out and watch GDQ instead of watching me attempt for a sub 4. Especially in cases where it's a run that people particularly like. That's incredibly, that's super kind of you, Reverend Gumby. Yeah, the nice thing is that in both cases, the VOD's going to exist, so you can hang out here, enjoy the VOD of the GDQ run that's going on. You can hang out there. If this does PB, there's going to be a permanent VOD. If it doesn't PB, there's going to be however long Twitch keeps it for partners. I think it's 2 weeks. It might be a month. I don't know. I don't remember. But there will be a VOD. "45 days for partners." Jeez. Okay. You like hanging out with your friend? Hey, I like hanging out with my friends too. It's super rad. It's one of the main reasons that I do streaming. You've seen non-partners with years-old VODs? So that's highlights. And cutting a highlight is different from cutting, or from having your broadcast be archived. Broadcasts get archived for a temporary amount of time. Highlights are permanent once you make them. The Goose Game run is over an hour away. Plenty of time for me to sub 4, and you get to catch the Goose Game after that. Yeah. It's a really fun run. Not one that I've done, but it's got a lot of good humorous energy to it. And I really like that about that game. Also, I think that it's the result of like a local arts initiative in Melbourne. Is that right? I'm pretty sure that's correct. So the dev was not part of the Arts Initiative. The funding for the game came from the Arts Initiative. And if the dev is in Melbourne, then that's what it was. Yeah. Please don't do that again. That hurts. Sonic Wave butts, please. That works. Juicebox gets funding from the Canadian government. Oh, that's super cool. I didn't know that. Guacamelee is a super, super cool game. Obviously not one that I speedrun, but I've really enjoyed watching the people who do speedrun it. Either a very small amount of dust, or I just noticed a dead pixel on my screen. That's gonna bug me for a while. think that's a dead pixel. What a bummer. Not thrilled about that. Scythe Marshall, how's it going? Thank you for the good luck with the rest of World 3. Might just be stuck. Could try running one of those screen refreshes overnight. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I don't honestly understand enough about LCDs to understand the difference between a stuck and a dead pixel, or what causes an individual pixel to become stuck. But it is currently just black, which is, of all the colors for a dead pixel to be, black is definitely among the better ones. Way better than, like, red. Yeah, I'm trying very hard not to just stare at the pixel that I just noticed is not changing from black at all, ever. It's weird how hard it is to not just stare at the one dead pixel that you've just noticed. Ah, put a sticky note over it. That's very smart. I should do that. You want an anime short about X-Death attending Comic-Con? That feels like... So, you know how there was I say the one person. I'm sure that there's been multiple people cosplaying and sticking to the character of Deadpool during comic conventions. I would be unsurprised to find out that somebody also did that with X-Death. I guess X-Death is a little bit less, like, overtly humorous, so maybe it doesn't work as well. It sounds more like a Kefka thing. Yeah, I mean, the Kefka thing definitely is. Kefka-esque. Yeah, I should have realized that that's where you're going with that. Fair enough. Have you ever woken up to find that you have become a clown? Kefka did. Oh, I'm certain that there have been a bunch of people who have, who've cosplayed as Greg. You know, gonna be real honest. At this point, I don't know where calling Gilgamesh Greg has come from, and I'm almost afraid to ask. It's from Final Fantasy XIV. Alright, I never would have guessed that. I don't feel bad about asking anymore. There's a character called Hildebrand who calls him Greg repeatedly. Hey, I didn't split. Oh well. Terrible. I'll skip the split in a minute. Is on karaoke, so Kara does stick with this. I think that's it, right? Antidotes. Alright, DP Kara, Guild Toss. Set up Pharisees. Magic. Get. Oh my god. Escape. Gets Mediator recover. Seems good. Alright, I'm one off. Perfect. Why does Kara look at us and not the enemy? I don't... Yeah, that was pointed out to me yesterday, and I had never noticed it before then, so now I can't not see it. It's, Oh, Bahamut just came over to say hello. It's so nice. Yeah, the peninsula was just Bahamut the whole time. We parked our boat on a dragon. Oops. That's fine. That's probably fine, right? So the 9,999 flame does a percentage of your health. So normally it should be hitting for, in Mara Jean's case, it should be hitting for 5,000. But Mara Jean is also weak to fire, which doubles the damage. So that's why we hit 9,999. And it just so happens that two flames and then just 2 more damage is enough to do her in. So I definitely have to It's like Indiana Jones shooting the sword guy. I mean, to be fair, Mary Jean almost killed us, though. It's the thing. The sword guy just showed up and Indiana Jones had an upset tummy that day, so he decided not to do a sword fight. That last part's true, by the way. That's why the gunshot was actually improvised. The sword guy was an actual sword guy and he was pissed that his seam got cut. Understandable. Synthpop is back. How's it going? Welcome to the pay-to-win part of this run. It's a weird number of steps to get that encounter. Hopefully that doesn't mean that things are very wrong. Well, that's going to make things fun. Hopefully not quite the dwarf fortress. Okay, we're actually on Step Up. This is fun. Is there anything terribly embarrassing I've done yet to guarantee that this is going to PB? No, I've gone on several rants so far. Mostly about various... Like, I did the comp sci rant, I did the streaming technology rant. There's probably something in there that's at least close to factually incorrect. Incorrect enough that when this becomes a VOD, somebody's gonna be really thrilled to get to do a gotcha. You're already saying hello to Omega for me? Ouch. Hope not. I hope that this is the run where Omega does not make me very sad. For Omega, I gotta get through Califisteri, though, so... I could screw up before even the Omega part. It's a good door. I like that door. Just wanted to hang out with it for a little while. Oh no, that's 2 extra, that's fine. 2 extra is fine. So now I just don't do the 2 extra that I do right at the end, and I'll just get this fight. Yeah, right there. We're good, we're good. Normally I would do 2 extra steps right here. Go, jump. Ferris becomes normal. With escape combined. Optimized. Kara becomes a thief. Cover. It's gonna be great for you. This becomes a red mage somewhere. Go. Combine. Just equip regular running shoes, nothing else. Lina. Equip. Optimized. Remove. Oh, no, and Myth. Right. So, quad DP on Lina, then Antidote, Maiden's Kiss. Kiss, levitate. I'll save for the cave. DP Lina, Rev Turtle Shell, and Lina Gildas. Double DP Lina and Gildas. Sure. We're good for catastrophe. That's 2 extra steps. That might be really bad, and it might not matter that much. We are DP Lena, DP Lena. And then defend. Let's defend on the first one. That's right, Catastrophe, who is definitely not a beholder. Go. Set up. Paris now needs Gill toss and combine. Lecarnasso is double DP Lena, double DP Ferris, and then pay to win. Right. Hide combine. Oh no, that's actually +4. I might get one more fight. That would be a bummer. Or a lot more fights, actually. Oops. Or not. I can still throw the run away. The fact that I didn't gold all of these void splits means that I am super nervous. Yeah, it's not over until it's over. This should be free. Like, at this point, it should be free. It's just DP Lina a bunch, and then Lina pays to win forever. Mortal Queer, thank you very much for the 1 bit. I need to not delay this time, though. That's the one thing that killed me before. Previously, X-Tree took no first move, and I was very confused. And it caused me to lose a turn. And that actually ended the run, so I need to actually stay on script. I need to stay on script is what I'm saying. Yo, Nikki, I'm gonna do my best to bring it home. Like, there's a lot about this run that is not amazing, but this is a much more solid PB than my previous time, so hopefully I don't throw it away. I stayed almost entirely on step route, too. The only time that I had to look at the step route notes was for the void, like the very last segment of the void. Also, fun fact. I'm presently mashing X because I'm terrified of accidentally starting the final fight. I've got to do setup first. How's it going, Anthony Nelms? Alright. So, job. Ferris becomes a red mage. Combine? No. So you're just gonna magic. You're gonna do some magic for me. Life on Lina and Hearts. Alright, job. Ferris becomes a knight who knows how to combine things. Optimized. A dancer, that can wear a ribbon. Dancer, what combines things. Optimize. Lina. Samurai. Combine. Optimized. That's not gonna matter. That was silly. That's not gonna matter. But alright. Double DP Lino. DP guard. DP. Next turn is DP Giltos. Now it's going to be guard from now on. Oh no! Oh boy. Rev making skits, please. There we go. Minor time loss there. Kara, it's past her bedtime. She's taking a nap. I can't believe that I almost threw it away by not using Kiss of Blessing. God, what a stupid way to lose the run that would have been. $351.48, not too bad. Yo, Sarah Gina, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Casper Linux, Black Obelisk 2, Coder Joe, Hydelide, Nos 4R Tuzad. Enjoy the badges, enjoy the emotes. Mortal, thank you very much for the 379 bits. Leggy, thank you for the 351.48. Thank you, everyone, for the congrats on sub 4. Jesus, Kate. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Zeppelin, Sear Sky, Yogoat, Bremal the 5th, and Shinji. Enjoy the badge. Enjoy the emotes. Nene, thank you very much for the 600 bits. I think that that finally puts you over the top so that you can use the pay to win emote. So enjoy paying to win. Picture of May smoking a bong. I mean, that's pretty much how you feel whenever you play May. Fucking command dolphins and that's true though, is the thing. That's playing May. That's playing May in a nutshell. Shabadoo, thank you so much for the Prime sub. You've been waiting to give out your Prime for a special occasion? Jeez, that's very kind of you. Thank you. All right, Kate. Because I hate it when you're sad. I would hate for you to be sad that the meme that you created because of Final Fantasy VI speedrunning didn't show up on a PB VOD. I don't want you to be sad that Daddy Kefka did not appear on this stream. Brazilian guy, thank you very much for the GG. That's right, I said the thing. Not world record. Extremely not world record. More than 10 minutes away from world record. But better than it was before. I seriously doubt that I'm going to world record. I would like to take the no turbo record. Once I start doing back-to-back runs, I'll be using a turbo controller because I'm not going to do a run of Final Fantasy V followed by a run of Final Fantasy VI all back-to-back with mashing. That's too much. That sucks. Keynotes, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Pay out the bet? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, right. All of my mods voted on the bet, so none of them can complete the prediction. There we go. Congratulations to everybody who actually, for some reason, made the weird choice that you thought that this was going to be the sub 4 run. Your faith paid off, apparently. Yo, Coder Joe, thank you so much for the 250 bits. Scam train. I mean, hey, I try not to call out the hype trains because, like, it's a weird gamification that I don't want to be, like, enjoy the extra emotes that you get for participating, but by no means should people feel like there is pressure to do anything. I am thrilled that people are hanging out. Cormont, you believed in the heart of the cards for me. I appreciate it. Yes, Grant, thank you so much for 9 months. Oh. I can't believe that Kara's fucking dead. Forever. Canonically. Fun fact, by JRTA timing, it's better to have Kara alive at the very end of the fight because the credits run faster. Most games, the credits are kind of a known quantity. So you hit the end of SDA timer or whatever, and you kind of know pretty much what your JRTA can be. Like you can time that. The credits run a set amount of time. In this game specifically, like who is alive and dead when you finish the fight impacts the length of time that the credits run. Myth and Dare, how's it going? Nene, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Yeah, you did 3.5 hours ago say that you didn't have faith, you had confidence. That is a thing that was said during this run. Is Galoof kind of a Force ghost now? Yes, or maybe just a normal ghost. Yeah, Myth and Dare, you came back at a good time. Well, an okay time. Do I start Chrono Trigger speedruns now? Not yet. That's going to happen this year. But first, I need to start learning Final Fantasy IV. And I also need to start doing 5 and 6 runs back-to-back. 5 and 6 back-to-back, probably not starting next week, probably the week after. Because I need to de-rust Final Fantasy VI. You can count on more Final Fantasy V runs also. Probably gonna be alternating like one than the other during normal stream stuff while I'm de-rusting, and then soon we're gonna start learning the Final Fantasy IV speedrun. Is 5 and 6 like 7.5 hours back to back? Yes, correct. And I don't anticipate de-rusting Final Fantasy VI taking very long. I just got second place in No Sketch 3-4 months ago. I haven't decided on Final Fantasy IV yet. If people have strong opinions, I'd love to hear them. No CW is probably the way that I'm going to go with it, because that'll give me like a super glitchy, interesting run to start. And then 5 is not as glitchy. And then 6 is, again, pretty glitchy. When's the Final Fantasy 1 through 15 hell run? Probably never. Definitely never for the later ones that are, you know, that have camera stuff that's gonna make me motion sick. I do own Famicom carts. They're currently in the States, but I do own Famicom carts of 1, 2, and 3. So it's not 100% impossible that eventually we see 1, 2, and 3 on this channel. Brazilian guy, good night. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you had fun. When will I do the Pixel Remaster Hell run? It depends. When 6 comes out, I'm almost certainly going to play 6, like, the day that it releases. On stream, obviously. Just to see, like, what works, what doesn't. I'm a little bit worried that it's going to be, like, super bug-free. But the fact that they just put the 1.2 ROM on on the SNES Classic tells me maybe they will end up like sticking with that code base. That would be pretty cool. If they do that, then no sketch runs on the Pixel Remaster will be possible, and if so, that'll also kind of imply that maybe like no CW runs are doable. It's all about like what are they going to do with it? There's on the Steam page, the Pixel Remasters. There's a preview video for it, so like you can draw your own conclusions. It's been said that the English font is very much a placeholder, so we'll see what they do with that. Some people had really strong opinions about it. Frankly, it doesn't, even in its current placeholder state, look worse than the Final Fantasy VII re-release on the PS3 to me, so like whatever. I'm excited for them. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm thrilled that the earlier Final Fantasies are now being re-released in a manner that looks like it's going to be pretty decent. You have the Final Fantasy V mobile version on Steam right now, so glad you can play it if you want. Yeah, if anybody wants the mobile ports, it's important to know that they are being delisted soon, so you pretty much have like 2 weeks to purchase them right now. Yeah, fonts aren't super hard to change. I mean, it depends on how the text rendering is being done, but in general, fonts aren't hard to change. If you're speedrunning it, having an alternate font, like playing with an altered game, usually is something that is frowned upon in most speedrunning communities. Not true in all of them, but most of them, like your PB is not going to be considered, you know, like worth comparing against other people's PBs if you've modified the game, just because even if you haven't done anything that's like malicious and trying to cheat, you can have knock-on effects that are unanticipated when you modify stuff. Some egrets. Did you get here in time for the sub 4? Yes. Sub-egrets. It's when you take birds, but then you have them little font and slightly underneath baseline. That's sub-egrets. They were talking about that during the Dead Space GDQ run yesterday. Apparently that run, they just straight up delete the cutscene video files from the game. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a by-community thing. None of the games that I run with modified executables. I mean, with the language patch for Final Fantasy V being the obvious exception there. But even that, this is a separate category from the Japanese version of the game. And yeah, if everybody agrees to play the same modded version of the same game, then yeah, it's obviously, once again, directly comparable. Yeah, there's definitely, I'm not trying to say that there is a correct way to do speedrunning or whatever. Everybody should do whatever's fun. Fun is, in fact, a good thing to have. In Dead Rising, everybody runs with a mod that cuts out literal hours of waiting doing literally nothing. Oh god. Yeah, see, that wouldn't be fun. Yeah, community-wide mods for improving player health. That one's a weird one in the retro realm. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a contentious topic. In general, that one's tough. It's like, to give a solid example, I actually don't particularly love the community mod for Final Fantasy IV. Because there are certain things like full screen flashing and mashing that, you know, are reasonable to take out. But there's a bunch of other stuff that's also done, which makes it less health focused and more like, let's just make the game run the way that we want to. Yo, Doc, how's it going? Hey, earlier I was telling people that you should go to sword.zone and follow Doc. Well, now he's in chat. You can just click on his name and click follow, so do that. That's right, it's MDCT. He's Doc. He's the one that you should all be following. I love the fact that Kate is trying to hawk off these boxes of cursed ass macaroni and cheese. Ironhide, how's it going? Makes your stomach clench just thinking about that mac and cheese. Yeah, it's not a good thought. It's not a great it's not a great concept. There's nothing about it that I like. There are many flavors which macaroni and cheese should not be. I feel fairly comfortable asserting that cotton candy is among those flavors. Yeah, and it would be hot cotton candy. That's just... hot and creamy cotton candy. That's several flavors nobody wants put together. So, Mortal Queer. One of the really interesting things about a lot of this stuff that's done in certainly Final Fantasy VI, but also in Final Fantasy V, I believe, and this is from Miria, who's one of the people who was responsible. She was responsible for all of the 5A22 code that was necessary to do the translation hack. A lot of what goes on in these credits is apparently not Mode 7. There's a lot of HDMA hackery that's going on. Yeah, next time that she's around, she makes appearances a lot. She tends to hang out in a lot of RPG speedrunning streams. I suspect that currently she's busy helping with GDQ tech stuff. And yes, yeah, the credits are very long in Final Fantasy games. But yeah, next time she's around, she's always happy to speak at length about the code tricks that either she had to come up with to make this work, because turns out it was a lot, or the code tricks that she found while she was hacking and working on it. Chrono Trigger has your favorite credits? Yeah, Chrono Trigger has some fantastic credits. Squaresoft in general just was very good at I mean, making games that that felt substantial and like everything had weight, and the credits certainly were among them. You know, among the things that they were quite good at giving that gravitas to. One day I'll play Chrono Trigger. I've played Chrono Trigger on stream. It's happened. I will be speedrunning Chrono Trigger before the year is over. My next speed goal is picking up Final Fantasy IV and beginning doing back-to-back Final Fantasy V and VI runs. I'm gonna be a free Enterprise runner? Absolutely not. Never. I think that randomizers are really cool. They don't grab my attention. Yeah, Butts has a really good dancer sprite. How much longer is this game? JRTA versus inputs? It's like 20 minutes, I think, of credits. And again, the JRTA timing is different depending on who's alive at the end of the fight.